This show is now beginning. Don't forget to share us and support us via the links and buttons. The thoughts, ideas, and suggestions of any guest appearances is in no way directly endorsed by the Anshinay Show, Penavadu Entertainment Group, and or the Democratic Republic of Dahamindakshanaya. Listeners' discretion is advised.
woke up to your stuff this morning. Not that it's a real big deal to me, but...
Now this more or less details one of his little Facebook escapades while he was living in Sri Lanka, or at least he claimed to be living there, in the mid-May. I am a asylum seeker under the UNHCR who escaped violence and hardship in America. I have rights too. Well, the strange thing is he does not really specify what kind of hardships or what kind of persecution he believes he escaped. He just says that he's an asylum seeker without actually really proving anything. So that makes it a little hard to believe, but alright. The following is going to be a dramatic reading of a post about a hotel in Sri Lanka that he believed he was wronged by. Despite the fact that he does not actually provide any evidence, he more or less just says that he was assaulted and threatened by someone who lives in Sri Lanka who manages the hotel. But I'm not gonna have you take my word for it. I'm gonna show you the screen cap of the post. That way you know I'm willing to be entirely transparent. Time for a dramatic reading. Conrad Lisa Hotel in Nagarbal, Sri Lanka at 134/1 Lewis Place is not a hotel, but a place for robbers. The manager, Kishan, stole $300 from me, and the housekeeper stole $650 from my room, which is not going to explain how they would have done that. He then abused me and has Santa. He threatened to kill me, and he even hit me. He owes me $950 in compensation. Kishan is rude and has a bad temper. If is one of those worst hotels in the world. Alright, now as much as I would love to keep playing weird internet show and tell with all the insane bullshit from his Facebook posts, he nuked his Facebook sometime after all that happened, so the rest of it has since been lost to time. Now, however, I will detail some incidents that happened which are difficult to really explain, but I'm going to try, so give me just a moment while I set that up. Excuse the chair squeaking. This is one of 3 tales that actually happened around late 2018, early 2019. This first story was from a post that he has since deleted on his original Facebook, where he claims that Target was being transphobic and discriminatory for forcibly escorting him out of the building when he had attempted to follow a 9-year-old girl into a changing room in an attempt to watch her change her clothes. It was also believed that he was also shoplifting at the same time, but that part it's unknown whether that second bit's true. And even if that part is true, it's less severe than what he was trying to do. He more or less attacked a Target in New Mexico by calling them all transphobic, racist, homophobic bigots because he had attempted to molest a 9-year-old girl. Keep in mind, the only reason he wasn't arrested is because of the fact that there's no way for them to say whether he did or not. But given his beliefs that we are going to detail later, it's understandable to say that it was probably true. Alright, now the second of this particular saga happened shortly after this. This was, however, after he ended up either in Glendora, California, or Panama, California, because he seems to change scenery a little, quite often, like he's trying to run from the cops. Because sometimes he'll mention me in Glendora when it comes to his own memoirs, and then he'll immediately revert back to being in Panama, California. Now, this particular story involves a public library, which I believed was in Panama. And what happened is the librarians and the police had more or less forcibly removed him from the public library because they found out that he had been using the computer to try to solicit dates for sex, where he would attempt to meet men in public bathrooms to engage in, basically glory hole, happy fun time in the bathroom. And when people found out that he was using the public computers for that purpose, including so far as actually trying to look up transvestite pornography, they had actually had him forcibly removed from the library because he had actually attempted to fornicate with someone inside the bathroom until someone had realized that there were 2 people that had been trying to go into the same stall and had told the librarian about it. Now, whatever this person's into, as long as it's not incest, animals, or kids, I couldn't care less as long as it's not something that anyone or as long as it's not a person or an animal being hurt. I don't care. But it's just the fact that this was a public facility that he had used the services of, not to help find work, not to help find housing, but was instead using it to try to organize dates with people, and then proceeded to call everyone racist, transphobic bigots because they'd refused to let him fuck someone in the public bathroom that was under their roof on their property. Now we're going to talk about a particularly interesting little bit of this saga, known as the Hope for Homes saga. Now, Hope for Homes is, as you can see on the screen, a homeless services center. It's essentially designed to allow homeless people to seek shelter from the rougher months of the year, as well as giving them opportunities to potentially find housing and work. Stetson claims that he did not live in this location. However, upon reading the book Not in Service What's Mine Is Yours, one of his little memoirs, before he ended up trying to terraform it so it's all about screeching about myself, he more or less detailed living there and described it as a hellhole that people would not want to live in, despite the fact that he himself was lucky they didn't just turn him away upon looking at his face. The person I've spoken to by the name of Raquel, since I feel like I no longer need to give this person a pseudonym since he's well aware who this person was, considering the fact that every single time he complained, it was always to her. She told me that he had always been a problem. He'd always been a pain in the neck, always been a nuisance. He'd made it a point to publicly be on someone's ass non-stop about whatever problem he felt like he was dealing with, even if it meant he would need to go above and beyond to antagonize the ever-loving fuck out of someone to get what he felt like he deserved. Everything he did from start to finish was provoking someone with the intention of being on their ass like white on rice if they did anything at all that he would refuse. People were caught trying to have sex in the shower and they'd be evicted for it, he would complain about that. If someone was caught trying to steal and they were thrown out because it was made to avoid a fight, he would complain about that. When he would demand Wi-Fi so he could spend more time on YouTube bitching about myself and others, he would proceed to scream and cry and piss all over himself until Raquel would either sort it out or just tell him to just give her some time to figure out things out. She told me she'd gotten sick and tired of his behavior around the third or fourth month there, because a couple of times he had actually been overheard screaming at people on the internet saying rape doesn't exist, children don't exist, age doesn't exist. It was little things like that that gave Raquel plenty of inclination to kick him out of the shelter, because there were some families there with young children, and the fact that he was straight up denying these things suggested that he might be a danger to children. Now, he was not evicted until one particular day, aka the Super Bowl party incident, that he detailed in his own book, where he proceeded to throw a fit, overturn a cot, and scream and cry and yell because they had a party and he wasn't credited as the person who came up with the idea. She said, yes, he suggested the idea, but we were not sure if we could afford it, and due to the fact that we were not sure we could afford it, we were not sure if we were going to go ahead with it or not. It was upon our discovery that we had some money that we could expend freely that we decided to throw the party in hopes of maybe lifting some people's spirits. He, however, took this as a personal affront to himself, proceeding to say that I stole his idea, proceeding to call me a transphobe and a bigot, until a couple of the people there were more or less asked to escort him out and force him out of the tent for the night because people were concerned that his activities would have resulted in setting off one of our other residents who was a war veteran who suffered from severe PTSD. Now, this particular segment of the video is going to include examples of his writing, which I find need to be kind of pointed out and looked at, because a lot of the things that he says in these writings are particularly sketchy sounding, considering the fact that his beliefs and his behaviors are so incredibly off the wall, batshit insane, that his particular statements are somewhat interesting to look at. So let's begin looking at some of those highlights. I'm not going to upload the entire audio uploads of every single goddamn thing I recorded, because that would be almost 10.5 hours long. So I am going to be cutting segments that I find that are particularly interesting and important to have, and I will be using those. So let's get a roll on.
The person usually hits them by the car. It's usually an accident or intentional. Oh. Does a person consent to being a victim of racism? No. Does a person consent to a big corporations dumping their waste into the rivers, streams, lakes, and oceans, therefore poisoning our water supply? No. Therefore, consent does not exist like age. People do what they want. Again, you're essentially saying that it doesn't exist because people do things to other people against their permission. Well, here's the thing. Consent is only needed when a person decides to engage in something with another person, and the other person has the ability to say yay or nay. That's considered consent, or the denial of consent. It doesn't matter what bullshit you want to put on everything. If someone stabs you with a knife while you sleep, everyone can have sex. That is a given. Conservatives believe that humanity does not understand what sex is. No, they're referring to children, you dumb fuck. People are referring to children. I wish you'd stop twisting what people say. Like a fucking lying faggot. Oh, what the hell's a faggot again? Oh no, it's gonna sue me. But we do it. It is built into our brains, like the knowledge of breathing. Nobody needs to consent. So what you're saying is, you don't need someone's permission to have sex with them. So it reminds me of the whole playing chess with the pigeon metaphor. You can play chess with a pigeon, but at the end of the day, it doesn't make any difference, because at the end of the day, it'll shit all over the board, flip over all the pieces, and then roll around like it thinks it did something. And it's the same thing with your crazy ass. But what the conservatives are doing is abusing free speech. See, what conservatives do is they make this fake news-based argument that they're utilizing free speech when verbally abusing people who are not like them, which they always do. However, free speech does not give conservatives or anybody the right to be a bully, a troll, a hypocrite, a judgmental, homophobic, transphobic, pedophobic. So you admit that you're a pedophile. You admit you support pedophiles. You admit you support child molesters. You admit you support child groomers. You admit you support pedophiles. Pedophobic. What's so wrong about being pedophobic? What's wrong about not wanting pedophiles around children? And you're judgmental in and of itself, because you act like someone wanting pedophiles to be kept far away from kids is a bigot.
Gage is a chronic liar and a fraud, says you. Every one of the YouTube videos are slanderous and false on every level, which you've yet to prove. Gage is well known to ignore and deny the truth, which is why he never apologizes for his multiple misdeeds against humanity. Yeah, against humanity. I didn't realize that calling you a disgusting fucking pedophile for openly saying pedophilic bullshit is the same goddamn thing as trying to target the human race for actual hate crimes. His love for attention creates a perfect environment for his craving for lying and persecution of the innocent. Again, it's not persecution of the innocent just because you personally think that nothing you do is bad. That's all it is. You believe that you're not capable of doing bad things, so you don't believe anything you do is negative. His anger against liberals and the left has led him to abuse a girl named Kate, redacted last name, even though it's misspelled. Kate is a victim of Gage and is conservative cult. More than one occasion is proving this. When Kate did YouTube video by herself for whatever reason, you can tell she has been coached to say the daily hate speech rhetoric against humanity. On this occasion, she was discussing the cult agenda of hitting a YouTuber by the name of Stetson Harvick, a transgender male to female who stood up against Gage and his cult for harassing Amos Yee and censoring him by sending fake reports against Amos Yee's channel to YouTube. As she was talking, you could tell she has been beaten. Her eyes were two different colors. She has repeatedly exactly the same what Gage prepared for her, and every time she made a mistake, she would flinch like someone in the background was threatening violence against her.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god, stop fucking lying.
Before we get started, I'd like to clarify. This discussion is about a man named Stetson Hardwick, also known as Arun Kaya. Now, I know I'm not pronouncing that name correctly, and honestly, I don't give a fuck, but that's not the point. Stetson recently partook in two debates. One with Gage the Doom Guy, where Damien Skyfire, a serial guitarist, and Jennifer Vanilla sat in to watch, and another with Cass Wilfox, where I acted as a guest, and Gage the Doom Guy was a moderator. From my experience watching both debates and sitting in on Cass's debate with his royal fishiness, I've seen Stetson act like an overgrown toddler when they disagreed with him. Everything he said was either entirely untrue or was heavily twisted out of context for the purpose of shaming the opposing party. The way Stetson always handled such disagreements, he would always, and I do mean always, resort to using arguments that do not tie into the topic. This is not how you handle an actual debate, Stetson. When you engage in a debate with someone, you're supposed to stay on point and only debate the topic at hand. During those debates, he repeatedly tried to make himself look like a victim. This, however, was counterproductive. All it really did was annoy Stetson's opponents and the audience. When all you do is make people angry only to cry victim afterwards, all you're really doing is giving everyone a reason to not like or trust you. Stetson even openly admitted to stalking Jennifer Vanilla, but quickly denied it when Cass called him out on it. This is the kind of person we're dealing with. And believe me, I use the word person very loosely. If you really want to handle a debate, Magikarp, you'd be willing to listen to what people have to say instead of trying to cut them off. Another thing you don't want to do during a debate is ignore the facts and call it fake news. Here's the thing, Stetson. You openly slander people with no understanding of how it makes you look. If you have no respect for the truth, then you have no right to tell people that you are telling the truth. When you make it a point to slander people every chance you get, other people make it a point to call you out on it because of what you said. Excuse me. If you want to talk shit about people, the least you could do is make sure your claims are true. Otherwise, you look like an idiot. After every lie you make, every lie you spout, and every other crappy thing you've done, all you will accomplish is utter self-destruction. You've screwed yourself, and you have nobody to blame but yourself. You even attempted to DDoS Cass, so what the hell is with that? I know you're a retard and can't argue, but DDoSing someone is bad. You didn't win the debate by doing that. All you did was make yourself look like a coward. Oh, and another thing. Why did you try to compare Athena and I to Jennifer and Carl, three of us fake transgenders? If you don't know who you're talking about, don't try to address them. That's just my experience with Stetson.
Yeah, guys, apparently we don't know that the confines of the other person's bedroom when they're playing a PlayStation 4 behind them is the same thing as someone being in a Russian gulag where they've been tortured and beaten for days. Yeah, guys, she's the next JC Duggard. She's been kidnapped and held in someone's tool shed for 18 years. Jesus Christ, you're fucking stupid. How can you see that video and see someone just talking and think, yes, this person's being held at gunpoint, this person's being threatened off screen, this person's being intimidated? No, this person has social anxiety, and they have social anxiety tics. The fact that we even have gone so far as to say that their family would openly tolerate them being physically or psychologically abused for reasons that you don't even know, because you could never name reasons that someone would actually allow that to happen to a member of their family, makes me think you're an even shittier person than I already thought, because it means that you'll actually claim that their family is condoning their abuse, while at the same time not proving it at all with any degree of real evidence. Now let's go into a brief summarization of Stetson's politics before we delve deeper into his personality and some of his behaviors.
Who knows? Who fucking knows with this clown? Anyway, Stetson's controversy mostly comes from his opinions on sex and sexual assault, sexual crimes, sexual deviancy, and various other things. I've mentioned that he's a pro-mat advocate, which is what paedophiles call themselves when they want to look, I guess, legitimate. They call themselves minor attracted persons. And Stetson seems to be under this idea that pedophilia is not, I guess, what most people would call a fetish, and is in fact a sexuality like homosexuality or bisexuality or something like that. It's not. It's really not. But trying to explain this to Stetson is like trying to explain to a dog why eating chocolate is bad. It just never fucking works. According to Stetson, his main theoretical belief when it comes to this is basically similar to an old internet meme. Doesn't matter, had sex. Have you been raped? Doesn't matter, you had sex. Were you a child when you had sex? Doesn't matter, you had sex. Stetson's one of these weirdos that legitimately thinks that sex is the be-all and end-all of his entire life. I don't know if Stetson is a virgin, but it's a fair guess, because he seems to be so obsessed with the idea that sex in any which shape or form is the best thing someone can experience, even if that person is not conscious, isn't old enough to have sex, isn't wanting it, doesn't like the person who's doing it, or isn't even aware that they're having sex. Stetson doesn't see any of that as wrong. He thinks that a person having sex is being given a gift. Yes, this man wants to be president of the United States. And I know that some people might say, well, you know, we've had some sexual scandals in the White House before. Some people have accused Trump and Biden and the Clintons of rape. But even if I was to go from the angle of all of those people had done all those things, I think I'd still say Stetson is worse, because if somebody like Trump covered up for someone like Epstein, let's say, I don't believe he'd be doing it because he'd want rape to be a thing. I think he'd be doing it to protect Epstein. He'd want to protect the perpetrator, not the crime. Stetson, on the other hand, does not want it to be a crime. In fact, he has actually been on record as to saying that people who have gone to prison for
same verbiage and the exact same usage to a T, including your lack of proper grammar and occasional spelling errors. We are somehow not supposed to get that. It is in fact you, just under a different account. Which I will now show as Steve reads a bunch of comments he left, which more or less prove that they are in fact Stetson on an alt, if you listen to the things that he says.
And stuff like that. So we're going to go through this point by point. Number one, the truth is never creepy. Alright, right off the bat, what are you talking about? What truth? What truth are you talking about? I don't really know much about Stetson Hardwick other than a little bit I've been able to find out. By truth, do you mean... What do you mean by the truth? I don't know what that is. What truth are you talking about? The truth of people just being creepy widows? The truth about, what, is this about the whole pedophilia thing? Because again, I know Stetson was a big pedophile supporter, defender, whatever. Is that the truth you're talking about? And plus, the truth, or whatever truth that you're talking about is subjective, okay? Because the truth, okay, so people will say all the time, oh, true, or truth, or something like that, or this is the truth. When a lot of times the truth is subjective, okay? It's the truth that the sky is blue, it's the truth that the grass is green, but the truth that you're subscribing to is not necessarily everybody else's truth. And besides, I don't know what you keep mentioning truth, I don't know what truth you're talking about. The truth of what exactly? The truth of humanity or whatever? Number two, people's pronouns are not bullshit. Show respect to humanity and their pronouns. People's pronouns are, in fact, bullshit. At least with the whole genderqueer, gender fluid, non-binary stuff. There's no scientific evidence or consensus for there being more than two genders. And until we get some substantial evidence, otherwise, I'm going to continue to call it bullshit. So, and I have plenty of respect for humanity. I think it's you are the one that has no respect for humanity, and I'll get into that in a minute. Number three, you're not a liberal, you are a conservative. I never claimed to be a liberal. I'm not a conservative either. I think I said there are some positions that I'm more liberal on. There are definitely, topics that I am more conservative on.
You see that right there, the whole, well, if you don't agree with me, you're a conservative thing. That is another thing that is only a Stetson thing, because you look at the things that Stetson says. His main grab bag of insults are calling you a fool, calling you a conservative, saying that you're not a liberal because, being a liberal is miraculously some sort of sign of intelligence when it's really not. It's political affiliation, and those are choices, not fucking commands made by some sort of higher power. And yet, for some reason, he wants to sit there and deny who he is when he uses the same grab bag of dumbass insults whenever he knows for a fact he can't really argue the person about their point of view. Because basically his only way of getting around argumentation is just to try to say things about you and ad hom his way into frustrating you so that you miss the argument and so that you just argue over something else instead of what's actually frustrating him, but he doesn't want to admit it, so he tries to use those kind of things to throw you off. Alright, now normally I'd have some sort of clip or something lined up for this, but after going through it repeatedly, I cannot find the proper clip. Mostly because I'm most likely skipping over it unintentionally trying to locate it, but there was a part in his Democratic Rapinga, like, bong gong, gong gong, dong kong, absolutely ass hurt book, where he openly talks about, well, my love for Kate, last name redacted and misspelled. And then basically proceeds to say, well, I'd be the perfect person for this person, and then proceeds to more or less pontificate about how this person could only achieve their life goals if he's in their life. He didn't say it in those exact words, but it's heavily implied given the way that certain things are phrased. You'd be a woman of intelligence, a world of integrity and dignity if you leave this person that you're in a relationship with. To me, that just sounds like, I want you to emotionally spurn this person so I can sit there and say that I won. Which is kind of retarded, because that's literally how he thinks. He thinks that if he can impact your life in any sort of negative way, it's like a point up for him. And I'm just going to say this. Fuck you for that, Stetson. This person is their own person. They do not belong to me or you or anyone. They belong to themselves. If someone chooses to be with someone because they love them and care about them, that does not give you the right to bitch and complain about who the person is that they are dating, fucking, married to, or just love in general. The fact that you complain so much about people criticizing your pedophilia, but then when two fully consenting adults who are not related to each other have a sexual relationship and are happy with each other's company, you take it upon yourself to vilify the man because the man's called you a dickhead online. It is legitimately no one else's fault but yours that you're just a genuinely repugnant human being that people don't want to fucking be around. I have no sympathy for you and I never fucking will because it's always the same shit. It's always the same shit. It's always you trying to humiliate other people or damage their lives by basically complaining about them having something in their life or someone in their life that matters to them with a lot of significance. I mean, people like you, Stetson, are not hard to figure out at all. You're not. You survive because of the fact that you're too pathetic to kill. At least from people that deal with you personally, who would most likely do it without a moment's hesitation if they could get away with it. You exist to try to cause people some sort of discomfort, displeasure, or dissatisfaction with their own lives, so you can act like you're accomplishing something with yours. Other people have relationships, jobs, friendships, goals, things that they would like to achieve. And what are you doing? You're tweeting at nothing for hours and hours and hours a fucking day, trying to get someone to fucking respond, but no one ever does. You spend hours and hours of your day tweeting at nobody, hoping people listen to you and tell you something at all that's even remotely positive. And for some reason you claim that you're doing so well when you've dedicated so much of your time into begging people for attention that they obviously refuse to give. Alright, so this tweet makes me question this person actually being transgender, actually suffering from dysphoria, because I find it strange that instead of having the complete surgery like a person normally does when they want to fully transition, apparently, and unfortunately I know this because this dipshit has been posting these pictures all over his fucking Twitter, he decides that he wants to still keep his man meat, which is his choice, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense if you don't want to go all the way through it, especially when you predominantly demand that your partner be female, that you identify as female, but at the same time, considering this person's beliefs, considering this person's behaviors, the following tweet is actually somewhat troubling. So prepare for a dramatic reading. I am looking for a friend, someone who will stick by my side no matter what. Okay, that sounds more like you want a relationship because sometimes your friends just need to disassociate when they realize that your behavior is toxic, but okay. Open-minded and willing to hang out and do errands at times. Again, it sounds like you want a relationship, not just a friendship. If interested, DM me. No one's gonna DM you unless they do it to make fun of you. Must be open to having sex at any given time and identify as female. Again, that sounds like you want a girlfriend or a wife, or friends with benefits. That doesn't sound like you want a platonic friend. And the fact that you think everyone that is your friend or would be your friend should be open to fucking you doesn't mean you want a friend. It just means you want a sex slave that you identify as a friend. Now keep in mind, this is a tweet made by the same person who's openly been documenting himself engaging in a conversation with someone who claims that they were in a shed and being used for sex by men in Panoma. This is one of the people who he had named in his non-service What's Mine Is Yours book when he was describing his time in Hope for Homes in Panoma. But at the same time, he will openly tweet the exact same kind of shit that this person has actually been through, and he's more or less requesting for someone to be in that exact situation for him. And keep in mind, he's not saying it in a way that makes someone think he's actually interested in a relationship. It seems more like he just wants to have someone that he can fuck when he wants and then throw away when he wants. It's starting to sound like the most appropriate thing for him to have in his life would not be a partner or a friend, but a love doll. This is just my thought. Now, Stetson's thoughts on guns, gun ownership, and gun violence are really, really bizarre. Not because he favors gun control, it kind of figures he would, because, if anyone could be armed at any time, it would make it quite hard for him to try to rape someone if the person could whip out a pistol and blast him between the eyes. But the strange part is, the reason he's against guns, it's not because of the fatalities, it's because he believes that every homeowner just inherently knows self-defense tactics. He seems to believe that everyone in the United States, or everyone on Earth, is apparently somehow given the innate ability to master martial arts. Some people just don't have the muscle response time or the nerve response time to actually land perfectly timed punches and kicks to fight off a would-be attacker. Not to mention the fact that if the would-be attacker has a gun or a knife, it would easily make that fight one of the shortest ones in human history if they get stabbed in the neck, chest, or stomach. Or if they get shot multiple times in the torso, stomach, or head by a would-be intruder. As unpleasant as it is, sometimes guns are the only real way for someone to properly defend themselves from an intruder. Because let's be honest, no one in their home is already ready for a home intruder. It never happens when someone is already prepared for it. It always happens when someone has no idea what's going to happen. Because let's be honest, the dude breaking into your house to steal your shit at 3 in the morning is not going to call you and say, "Hello, may I please come in and steal your TV, PlayStation, computer, and any valuables you may have? Also, I may attempt to do X, Y, and Z to your family, but please let me in." No, like a home intruder does not call ahead. It's not fucking Domino's or Uber Eats where they're coming to call to make sure that your order is ready for pickup. And that's why, unfortunately, guns may be warranted to defend yourself from an otherwise or even gravely dangerous situation. The weird thing is he openly advocates for people using, like, other weapons but not guns, which is kind of weird because whether or not you kill them one time, whether or not you kill them by cracking their head open with a heavy frying pan or by stabbing them with a knife or by bludgeoning them with a hammer, for example, you've still killed someone. Apparently his issue is not with whether or not you kill a home intruder, but the method used. When realistically, shooting them once in the head would probably be a lot less painful than getting stabbed multiple times by the homeowner who you've tried to rob, or getting bludgeoned with a fucking hammer or a blunt object. But let's take a brief look at the gun statistics here. Please direct your attention to the red line. That is gun homicides. Now, the highest amount of homicides occurred in the United States between the 1980s and the late 1990s, whereas the suicides stayed relatively consistent all the way from the 1930s up to that point, where the bell curve would only slightly increase but maintain a relatively, I guess you could say, sustained elevation. It didn't really dip, largely would dip small ways before it would immediately spike back up. However, if you look at the gun homicides in 2005, 2010, 2015, they're actually at an all-time low, as opposed to the 1990s and late 1980s where they were way up. However, if you look at the suicides involving guns in 2010, 2015, and 2020, you can see that they are still relatively high. Now, this is not a gun issue, this is a mental health issue. Because if suicide is still consistent, regardless of what year it is not speaking to the benefit of gun control or to the benefit of people trying to force guns down your mouth. It is speaking to the crisis that is mental health in this country. It speaks about how mental health is a serious issue that people keep overlooking. Left-wing politicians try to push gun control as a way to try to mitigate gun-related homicides, when the reality is more people kill themselves every year with a gun than kill other people with a gun. But apparently people ignore that. They ignore gun-related suicides, they ignore gun suicides in general, because when people bring up that really inconvenient fact that more people kill themselves with a gun than kill others, people tend to try to overlook that or gloss over it as though that is not an issue. It is still quite an issue because lives are still being lost. However, since the solution to that is not taking guns away, but rather giving people the mental health that they deserve so that they can constantly be encouraged to keep persisting even though life may be difficult at times, that is the problem. Gun control is actually more of a pro-suicide thing, because instead of trying to raise awareness about gun suicides and trying to convince people to talk to someone and seek help and try to speak to people what they care about so they can maybe be talked out of it, it instead goes to take the guns away, because instead of shooting themselves, they can OD on pills, slit their wrists, or hang themselves, or down deadly chemicals, because apparently that is somehow less painful than just one quick blast in the head or the chest. Now, suicide is never an option. You should never consider it, because realistically, life does have its problems, but these problems are only temporary. Your life is what you will decide to make of it. And you need to keep pushing and pushing, because this too shall pass. Be stronger than you ever needed to be, because you realize there are people out there that need you to be just as strong as you need them for you. But if you are going through a crisis, please talk to someone close to you. Talk to someone who can help you. Do not try to go it alone, and do not try to take matters into your own hands. That's sincere. Do not do it. Do not think you can go it alone, and do not try to face all your problems alone. You're not a burden if you talk to people that care about you, especially when you know you need to. But the problem is Stetson more or less portrays mental health as a... what's the most appropriate word for it, I guess? Like an optional issue to address? He considers it to be a lesser problem, but the reality is all the gun-related incidents, aside from things like murder that are done like premeditatively, or illegal intervention, he sees these things all as gun problems but not mental health problems. And that speaks volumes as to how he acts as a person and how his beliefs impact other people as him being a leftist. I'm not saying everyone that's left-leaning believes this, but people that are hardcore left-wing, like hardcore left-wing, will actively ignore gun-related suicides so they can portray homicides and guns as the real problem, but not mental health. Yeah, the following is going to be a brief snippet, and I should say brief loosely, because it is quite lengthy, but it is a snippet that will most likely give more context into the mind of this human being. And I say human being incredibly loosely, because quite frankly, I think a sentient potato would be more human than Stetson. But anyway, this is a 20-minute snippet of an 8-hour-long conversation that Prof and I had with this lunatic, because I wanted to confront him about some things that he had been saying constantly since I started just ignoring his very existence for 7 months. Well, Prof, let me give my idea of... Prof, let me give you my assessment of that. If he had simply stopped after the whole Justin thing, it wouldn't have went a bit further. I think if the whole thrash metal guru thing had been like the end of that, I could have ended there. Again, if you just simply didn't say Justin after the first debate, no one would have paid you any mind. I can say that with absolute certainty. This is after 3 years of the same bullshit back and forth. This is not the same fucking thing as you going on for like 3 days. Okay, well, let's go. Go away. Why don't you go away? You're the motherfucker still trying to click little bastards when they scrape you off like a remora. I don't even know that's a metaphor. I know that, stupid. And yet for some reason, like, you're really bad at this. You keep trying to take it literally to make it funny, and it just comes off as lazy. You are so young to be literally. You're straight up saying that as though you're taking it seriously instead of trying to be smartness about it. You're bad at it. This is the fucking word. Please don't try to make jokes. You're incredibly bad at it. You're bad at making jokes. I have totally jokes. What? I have totally jokes. I don't know. You've said it awful lot like once this afternoon. You told a lot of really funny jokes earlier, like how you said that you were in charge of that country. Well, you are a joke to me, so I guess you're partially right. Right, the transgender joke. Again, I didn't say transgender person. You keep making it about trans people, which makes me wonder. I'm transgender. Do you think transgenderism is just an excuse for people to say things about it? Answer the fucking question. Why is it in the first place? Do you think that being trans automatically acts as like an invulnerability shield? Like you're allowed to do whatever you want, people will say whatever you want. Wait, you're telling me that the Nazis are licensed series of jokes? What? It wasn't jokes, it was stupid. Books exposing stupidity. Yeah, exposing stupidity by crying and doing series of baby bitch tantrums about disagreements. Like, do you know what a better title for those books would have been? Man, they didn't agree with me, now I have to try to ruin their lives by lying about them. That would be a much better title for those. Okay, just title it Man, they disagree with me. Okay, so cry. Even if I'm objectively wrong. Okay. Well, any of those titles would have been a lot. The title is Heard the Big Rig. Oh, jeez. Sounds like something Jonathan Ross would write. Don't worry about it. You don't need to know who that is. I was talking to Prof. The
The fact is, this whole thing is just ridiculous.
Exactly, you're ridiculous, so stop it.
I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna stand just like that.
I agree with you. 100%. Again, I'm gonna make you live hell forever. Never gonna have peace.
Yeah, guys, when you openly admit that you're gonna make someone else's life hell, then you're at least gonna try to. That's totally the pinnacle of someone that you should be considering a good person who has other people's best interests at heart. When they openly admit that they would try to damage another person's livelihood or even destroy it, just based upon the fact the person doesn't let them say fucked up shit and then run away from it and then try to basically retcon everything they did before.
this boy is not my son. Can't you see what it means to me? This boy is not my son. Gage Kirby is an idiot. This boy is number one. Number one, they hate for hate. They never miss it fun. Can't you see what it means to me? This boy is not my son. But Gage Kirby doesn't want an education. He just wanna go and fight. Create a fight with humanity and divide us all. His might. That's the whole big problem though. Every lesson I tell you this, you see. We're going to hold him accountable, and he
Yeah, I know. You're gonna follow me around like a stalker till the end of my days. Yeah. What's gonna happen when I eventually retire for YouTube? Are you gonna kill yourself and you realize your only reason to keep going is gone? He's gonna shoot himself to a high rise because he realized the only thing that kept him alive. I don't care. I don't give a shit. The point being, this lunatic's just going to be driven to suicide when they realize the only person that they follow around is just gone.
You
probably will. You're probably just going to do that soon. The only reason to keep coaching is no longer around. It seems like you've devoted way too much time into trying to and it doesn't make any sense. What are you going to do with this if Gage is no longer around? That's actually a good question, Prof. What is he going to do?
I'm going to play like a bottle.
Yeah, he's going to get fucked up in an alleyway with a bunch of rats and a bottle of stolen malt liquor. Alright, he's just gonna smoke like 5 joints as far as he's gonna pile of He's gonna smoke a shitload of joints, do some mushrooms, have some dab wax, and he's gonna pass out in a pile of rats.
I don't smoke, I don't do drugs. So you think rats. Why don't you think rats will let him do anything?
Could have fooled me about not getting drugs bits.
Big deal, nobody cares.
That's the thing, this person's going to obsess about YouTube for the next 100 years if they live long enough, and they're going to have a... Here's the thing, I'll tell you what the next plan for the next 10 years of my life is going to be. Get married, have kids, and then just slowly but surely pull away from it. And then eventually you're just going to lose your shit and walk in front of a moving bus when you realize the only thing that kept you around. What do you mean? You can get promoted in Not really.
Okay, I understand that point, but I'm saying, you said, what does your future going to look like? So how high are you going to reach in your company that you work at?
If possible, I'll try to go for a supervisor position.
Okay, that's wonderful. That's smart.
It's smart.
Wonderful.
Here comes the part where he starts complimenting you. Yeah, social media accounts. Okay, Prof, like, have you ever noticed that your social media accounts look very different before you met Gage? Yeah, they are very different, because before this person was aware of my existence, they were essentially all about LGBT stuff, which is fine, but then it immediately came to, let me try to ruin you now. Because I refuse to call you by your pseudonym. I won't call you by your pseudonym.
Social media sites are also about anything. Again, you couldn't do it under a lot of stress, so
you couldn't just walk away at any given time and everything about the person you don't like.
I like you. You don't like me.
Yeah, you like someone so much that you call them a stupid bastard, you call them a racist, you call them a neo-Nazi, you call them a domestic abuser. You start saying it's okay for people to leak their address and leak private information that could be used to fucking hurt them. Again, domestic abuse is not the same thing as saying I dislike you for having shitty behavior.
Okay, I'm finished first. Let me say what I'm not saying. Number two, if I called your names, I'm sorry. But again, since you mentioned repeatedly, you wouldn't come from okay. Number three is that I don't hate you. See, again, I don't hate you.
I don't hate you. I just openly wish that people would beat you up and kill you because you say things I don't like about me. I hated you. I'm saying that with all the shit that you've said, it sounds an awful lot more like you're trying to motivate people to do shit to me in real life.
That's not what I'm trying to do.
That's not what I'm trying to do. You're going to openly publish things that make people come after you.
Again, if they come after me, how's that my responsibility? Am I guiding to my hand? I say, okay, Jimmy, go out there and do attack.
Well, you're leaking someone's name and calling someone racist being the full effect that there are definitely people out there that will lose their shit and immediately go after someone just because of an accusation.
Which is not my fault.
It is your fault because you are giving people information that could harm someone and you're not concerned with the outcome.
Against you. Okay, but then someone can get your name out of the phone book. Is this a good thing?
The difference is that we have to go forward for my sake. It's people who take random things out of the phone book and go after people.
Yeah, somebody can get your name out of the phone book and then somehow think you're a racist for no reason and then somehow know your address and come get you for no reason. Yeah, because we all know that Stretch Armstrong stretches less than his particular ideas.
You are labeling Gage as something that people have been assaulted over in the past. That's irresponsible and dangerous.
Well, then you know what you can do, Dave. Stop doing it.
Yeah, you need to start doing what I want you to do. I'm going to keep lying about you. Why is it always a matter of the other person needing to stop talking so that you don't fuck with them? Why does it always have to be on your fucking terms? Why does it have to be on your terms?
Because you're the one who never been.
Why does it have to be on your terms? Why are you the one? Why are you the one actually trying to extort someone into being silent by trying to leverage their information against them?
Okay, the very first thing information being stored.
Dude, you tried to leverage you straight up put my fucking address on your little Facebook page calling me a white supremacist.
Against when you're acting, it's like white supremacist.
No, it's not. Disagreeing with you leaking my address because they're really fucked up is not the same as approaching someone and screaming racial slurs.
I never leaked your address.
Yes, you fucking did. It was a shitty Facebook page.
I got a message. Wait, let me finish. Okay, I got a message from somebody.
Yeah, Cranium 99.
I got a message. Okay, let me finish. I got a message from somebody telling me, hey, guess what? Gage is still going with you.
Cranium 99. Cranium 99. Cranium 99. I don't know who the fuck it is.
I don't care. Okay, fine, good for you. I don't care. I got a message, okay? It's not like American and try to find your address so I can do it for. The cool ass will give me that shit and to make it can teach my person. That's it.
So you posted someone's address knowing that it could potentially cause someone to fucking hurt them.
I'd like to ask you again, you stupid motherfucker, what part of putting someone's address in the public, saying things about them that are untrue, that could cause them to suffer violence, is not some form of extortion? I mean, if you really wouldn't care, you wouldn't have posted it at all, but you wanted some sort of revenge.
Again, we're assuming things.
You posted an address knowing that what you were accusing someone of being could have resulted in someone descending upon them to inflict harm on them.
Do you not realize
You do not realize that it's okay for me to do this because I think it's okay.
Good, so it's a problem.
You're so fucking stupid. Again, I wasn't saying that I think it's okay, fuckhead. I was saying that you have no problem whatsoever leaking people's address around.
Good.
So you don't mind if someone goes to someone's house over shit that you say about them.
Again, that's not my responsibility.
You are willing to endanger someone's life because you know what they said about you on your
I do not tell
someone's address as a supremacist with the intention of
I do not tell anyone. Again, I did not tell anyone in relation with one to go to Gage Kirby's house and fuck him up.
You don't need to say that. You openly gave people information that could be used to do that.
That's not good. So it's not my fault.
Yeah, it is your fault because you essentially gave people a roadmap and saying, here, this is this person, this thing.
You just said, I don't have to. You just say, I don't have to say those things. So if I didn't say those things, I'm not liable.
Yes, you are, because you still have the address. You still held the information and displayed it for everyone to fucking see. Yes, you fucking did. Stop lying.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter if you did it. Just all that matters is that I can get away with it and you don't say you heard about me or I'll kill myself. Well, wait, Prof, if you have a screen cabinet, can you do me a favor and throw that in there? It means nothing, even if you openly, even if you do something and you openly pretend you didn't. How much do you want to bet that if you told people at the homeless shelter he was in an address labeled he was a pedophile and got assaulted, he'd whine about it for years in his shitty little books? Oh, I guarantee he would, Prof. I guarantee that if I said this person was a pedophile and directed it directly at them, and they got beaten up, I wouldn't have to direct people because I just say those things and people might do it. It's the same principle when it comes to him calling me a racist. Even if I don't openly say people will mess you up, I would still be liable if someone hurt you. Same thing if someone were to fuck up my family, if you decided to post that. Yes, I would. It would be equally liable on the other side. Yes, it would. Yes, it would. It would be equal liability because you were, like, both parties would be responsible for distributing information that could be used to hurt someone. It's not my fault. It's not my fault if I do something that could allow people to hurt you. All that matters is whether or not people hurt you. And even if it happens, I'll pretend I don't understand.
You're not liable because it's the only liable you
I'm still liable.
We will now take a quick intermission. Enjoy our break content presented by Penavegu Entertainment Group International and Ahamingak today.
Hey everybody, welcome back to my channel. So, first things first, please overlook my voice. I'm having a lot of issues with it. I think nature is taking, the best of me right now, and I'm really struggling with my voice currently. But aside from that, welcome back. If you're new here, feel free to subscribe and stay tuned. I do lots of trans-related stuff, and I try to keep everybody updated on when I do stuff. So feel free to subscribe and follow me. And if you're not new here, this is a video that we've been wanting to do for a while. So I hope that I can fill you guys in as much as you need to know. Today I want to do a video about how sex has changed. So this is like pre versus post transitioning, and just, overall how everything works differently, how it used to work, how it works now, stuff like that. I'm probably gonna get demonetized on this video, but that's okay. I'll take one for the team. The first thing I want to talk about is body sensitivity. As far as like previously, pre-HRT, I didn't really have any like sensation or, just sensual feeling from like touch on my body. But since, transitioning and estrogen and all this stuff, now, like simple, like my skin seems to be more sensitive, and it can be more of an arousal thing based on, just touch. But it definitely goes a lot farther than it used to. So I think also mind over like, physical sensation. So for me, sex in general usually isn't all about the sex itself. It's about like where my mind is at, if I'm in the mood or whatever. Like it's a lot more powerful than it used to be. It's not sporadic and instantaneous. It's not just like, okay, I'm ready to go. It's like I have to be I guess in the mood or turned on or whatever, emotionally usually first. Functionality has changed. So it used to be quite easy to achieve an erection And now it's a little harder to do that, but also I don't need to do that. And even when I do, it kind of causes some dysphoria. So I tend to not want and or need to do that. So I get less erections overall. And I don't get like random sporadic erections. I don't get them in the morning. I don't get them at night. I usually only get them if I am sexually aroused, and usually very much so. And also less ejaculate. This is really like detailed, y'all. I'm so sorry. But like you don't really produce as much as you used to, because most of it was like semen, and you know, if you're not producing testosterone, you're not producing semen. So you get longer and stronger orgasms. So when I get off, I usually can feel it for anywhere from like 1 whole minute to like maybe even like 5 whole minutes. You know, they tend to go a long time, and they're like full body. They're not just like, you know, a little spasm here and there and like, you know, you're good to go. It's like it lasts, and sometimes a little too much, you know, like 2 minutes in, you're like, okay, like I'd love to get back to my day, but like, you know, you're still in it, and like the sensation of everything around you changes. So like the way things feel, you're like hypersensitive to that. For me, like, you know, if I'm on the bed or something, like I tend to like spread out because I'm like, oh, like this bed feels so good. But it's funny how that changes so drastically, you know, just going from testosterone to estrogen. So it's also less about friction. So it's, you know, not really the like motion of it anymore. It's more about like vibration and, you know, like other types of sensation that didn't really do anything for me before. Now if I'm, you know, like using a toy, or like my boyfriend is helping me, like it tends to just be like vibrating is like the #1 thing that gets me there currently. And it's usually quite fast, it seems, which is pretty nice. So yeah, it's not so much about like, you know, beating it up like it owes you money or something like that. It's not like, you know, it's just more of a pleasurable, you know, sensation. So last but not least, horniness is initially a lot lower. So when you first start transitioning, you're probably gonna have basically no sex drive, and then all of a sudden it's just gonna be like overwhelming, and it's like way more overwhelming than it's ever been for me. Like you just want to jump on top of people, you know, because it's like, take me, especially on progesterone. I found that, you know, whenever I restart progesterone, because I cycle it, I don't take it like permanently. I take it like, you know, 10 days out of a month or whatever, to simulate a cisgender woman's period cycle. And during that time, I am extremely horny. And, you know, it seems to be like almost painful to be horny or aroused. It's like, it kind of to me feels like my body is saying like, please put a baby in me, you know, like I need to carry a baby now. It's so strange, but it's pretty cool. I will say that I do like being like overwhelmed by it sometimes. So yeah, I think this is just going to be a short video. I'm trying not to make a really long video to get demonetized for, but that's basically it as far as, you know, how sex has changed for me. Sorry I didn't go too into detail, but also like I'm kind of a YouTube partner and I don't really want to get like fully demonetized over one video. But anyway, if you guys like the video, feel free to subscribe and, you know, click that little bell, because when you do, it will update you whenever I post further videos. And I made a post recently saying that I wanted to start doing 1 video, maybe even 2 a week. I know I'd want to do at least 1 on Monday, and then following that on Tuesday, I want to do a live stream, kind of either talking about the video and if you have any questions about the video, or just do like a Q&A every now and then of just, you know, whatever you guys want to ask me and talk to me about. I'm a very open person, so I do not mind whatsoever to discuss risque topics and or just, you know, things you might want to know about me or want me to know about you. You know, I'm an open book. So on that note, thanks for watching, and if you have any questions and comments, feel free to leave them below. And if you know, want to, feel free to save them for tomorrow's live Q&A. I'm going to start doing that around 4:30 p.m. I think, something like that. So stay tuned. Anyway, thanks for watching. I hope you guys have a great day. Bye.
This intermission has now ended. Enjoy the rest of the show.
like you. You don't like me.
Yeah, you like someone so much that you call them a stupid bastard, you call them a racist, you call them a neo-Nazi, you call them a domestic abuser. You start saying it's okay for people to leak their address and leak private information that could be used to fucking hurt them.
You are decent.
Again, domestic abuse is not the same thing as saying I dislike you for having shitty behavior.
Okay. Finish first. Let me say what I gotta say. And then number two, if I called you names, I'm sorry. But again, since you mentioned repeatedly, you ain't good for okay. Number three is that I don't hate you. See, again, I don't hate you.
I don't hate you. I just openly admit that people would beat you up and kill you because you say things I don't like about me. That I hate you. I'm saying that with all the shit that you've said, it sounds an awful lot more like you're trying to motivate people to do shit to me in real life.
That's not what I'm trying to do.
That's not what I'm trying to do. You're not openly publishing that make people come after you.
Again, if they come after me, how's that my responsibility? Am I going to do my name and say, okay, Jimmy, go out there and do attack?
Well, you're leaking someone's name and calling someone racist to be the full effect that there are definitely people out there that will lose their shit and immediately go after someone just because of an accusation.
Which is not my fault.
It is your fault because you are giving people information that could be harm to someone and you're not concerned with the outcome.
Against you. Okay, but then someone can get your name out of the phone book. Is this
the difference is that we have to go forward for my state. The difference is people can take random names out of the phone book and go after people.
Yeah, somebody can get your name out of the phone book and then somehow think you're a racist for no reason and then somehow know your address and come get you for no reason. Yeah, because we all know that Stretch Armstrong stretches less than his particular ideas.
You are labeling Gage as something that people have been assaulted over in the past. That's irresponsible and dangerous.
Well, then you know what you have to do, Gage. Stop doing it.
Yeah, you need to start doing what I want you to do. I'm going to keep lying about you. Why is it always a matter of the other person you need to stop talking so that you don't fuck with them? Why does it always have to be on your fucking terms? Why does it have to be on your terms?
Because you're the only one.
Why does it have to be on your terms? Why are you the one? Why are you the one actually trying to extort someone to being silent by trying to leverage their information against them?
Okay, the very first I'm trying to leverage information against who?
Dude, you tried to leverage you straight up put my fucking address on your little Facebook page, calling me a white supremacist.
Against when you're acting is like white supremacist.
No, it's not. Disagreeing with you leaking my address because it's incredibly fucked up is not the same as approaching someone and screaming racial slurs.
I never leaked your address.
Yes, you fucking did. It was a shitty Facebook page.
I got a message. Wait, you let me finish. Okay, I got a message from somebody.
Yeah, Cranium 99.
I got a message. Okay, let me finish. I got a message from somebody telling me, hey, guess what? Gage is still bullying you.
Cranium 99. Cranium 99. I don't know what the fuck it is.
I don't care. Okay, fine, good for you. I don't care. I got a message, okay? Now I go out there and try to find your address so I can do it for you. The cool ass will give me a message and to me, they can post it, so I post it. That's it.
So you posted someone's address knowing that it could potentially cause someone to fucking hurt them.
I'd like to ask you again, you stupid motherfucker, what part of putting someone's address in the public, saying things about them that are untrue, that could cause them to suffer violence, is not some form of extortion? I mean, if you really wouldn't care, you wouldn't have posted it at all, but you wanted some sort of revenge.
Again, we're assuming things.
You posted an address knowing that what you were accusing someone of being could have resulted in someone descending upon them to inflict harm on them.
Do you not realize that?
Do you not realize that it's okay for me to do this because I think it's okay?
Good, so it's a problem.
You're so fucking stupid. Again, I wasn't saying that I think it's okay, fuckhead. I was saying that you have no problem whatsoever leaking people's address around.
Good.
So you don't mind if someone goes to someone's house over shit that you say about them.
Again, that's not my responsibility.
You are willing to endanger someone's life.
I do not tell you
what they said about you on your
I do not tell
someone's address as a premises with the intention of
I do not tell again, I do not tell information is one. Go to Gage Kirby's house and fuck him up.
You don't need to say that. You openly gave people information that could be used to do that.
That's not good. So it's not my fault.
Yeah, it is your fault because you essentially gave people a roadmap and saying, here, this is this person, this thing.
You just said, I don't have to. You just say, and I quote, I don't have to say those things. So if I didn't say those things, I'm not liable.
Yes, you are, because you still had the address. You still held the information and displayed it for everyone to fucking see. Yes, you fucking did. Stop lying. It doesn't matter if you did it. Just all that matters is that I can get away with it and you don't say you did about me or I'll kill myself. Well, Lady Prophet, you have a screen cabinet. Can you do me a favor and throw that in there? It means nothing, even if you openly admit to do it, even if you do something that you openly pretend you didn't. How much do you want to bet if you told people at the homeless shelter he was in an address labeled he was a pedophile and got assaulted, he'd lie about it for years in his shitty little books? Oh, I guarantee he would, Prof. I guarantee that if I said this person was a pedophile and directed it directly at them, and they got beaten up, even if, I wouldn't have to direct people because I just say those things and people might do it. It's the same principle when it comes to him calling me a racist. Even if I don't openly say people will mess you up, I would still be liable if someone hurt you. Same thing if someone were to fuck up my family if you decided to post that. Yes, I would. It would be equally liable on either side. Yes, it would. Yes, it would. It would be equal liability because you would, like, both parties would be responsible for distributing information that could be used to hurt someone. It's not my fault. It's not my fault if I do something that could allow people to hurt you. All that matters is whether or not people hurt you. And even if it happens, I'll pretend I don't understand.
You're not liable because it's the only liable.
I'm still liable because I'm still giving people information that can be used to identify you and track you. I would still be liable for giving people information that could be used to hurt you. Yes, I would because I would be giving people information that could be used to track you.
The only way to be liable is if you do something people to go to Catholic. If you say go to Catholic, it's not instigating violence. You go out there and say, take care of those people in Catholic. Take care of them driving in the election, whatever. That's instigating violence. There's a difference. That's the whole point. Stupid.
Crybaby. I don't even question your because I think everyone does. It means nothing to you because you can't comprehend what it means. Yeah, like remember right here where my address is posted, you kept this up. So it's okay for you to link my address and do shit that could potentially get me hurt. Why?
It's not a link.
Yes, it is. It is a link because you kept it there.
No, it's not your fault. No, it's not.
It is your fault because you kept it there. The moment you believe that there was an address there, you could have removed it just simply out of respect for someone's privacy.
Okay. So let me finish straight. Isn't it? So all the millions of addresses on the internet. Why is your so important?
I legitimately can't imagine how someone could be this fucking retarded. If I post your address out of all the addresses in the world, why is it so important to you? Because it's my home address where my family lives and I wouldn't want someone to show up and fuck with my family over some petty retarded internet bullshit. You dumb fucking retard. Seriously, swallow some hand grenades already.
Quite simple, it's a fucking intimidation type that little retard tries whenever he wants to scare people.
I see. I think so it's selfish, I see.
So it's selfish to say that it's not appropriate to try to threaten someone with their address where members of their family could get hurt if crazy people decide to get whipped up into a fight.
No one threatened you.
Yes, he fucking did, you stupid cocksmoker. He emailed me death threats dozens of times, and next thing I had my address. What do you want me to do? Sit there and tell you that he's a good person despite the fact that he openly threatens people with voodoo dolls? He threatens to kill people, he threatens to mutilate people. He threatens to track people down. He threatened to go to fucking Kate's house and assault her. And you're gonna fucking sit there and tell me this is a human being? You stupid fucking cunt. Are you out of your fucking mind?
I also have footage of him in blackface.
We also have footage of Brainless in blackface.
Like, he's proper racist.
Like, no joke, we have actual evidence that Brainless is a legitimate racist. Not like, you say mean things about me, so it's racist.
Okay, fine. Okay, again, why is he giving your business?
The point being is you openly associate yourself with people that are words to the people you bitch about, which I can't help but find ironic.
Again, I don't associate anybody you associate with, so that's all.
Again, that's not what I'm saying, you dumbass. You associate with someone who actually emails people dozens of fucking death threats a week. I've gotten at least 12 death threats from him in the past 72 hours, and I simply said that him going out of his way to do that shit isn't scary.
Okay, am I a perfect sleeper? No.
So what you're saying is it's not your job to be it's my job to manage what other people do then. You might as well just say, well, here's the thing. You don't hold yourself to the standard you hold others to. You want me to tell other people what the thing can do. You want me to tell other people what the thing can do. You want me to subscribe to people for me to not say things about you. But at the same time, you won't hold yourself to that same standard. You won't hold anyone accountable for things that you do.
That's what I said. Well, I said was...
everything I don't think is hearsay.
Why is your business? No.
Why is Gage's stuff none of your business?
So I post my address.
But
Why is Gage's stuff any of your business?
it's an address. Unless somebody sees you saying, oh, well, that's good, I'm going to come and fuck him up at their address.
He said this at least a dozen times while posting his address.
It's no big deal.
It is no big deal that someone threatens to kill you and threatens to dox you and swat you. It's perfectly fine that they threaten to your family because they just think that
Again. That's not what I'm doing, and I didn't even say anything to you. That's someone else.
He keeps saying your name whilst doing
their activity.
You have to go and address that to someone else.
That doesn't change the fact that you didn't do with their activity.
That's not me.
That doesn't change the fact that you didn't do anything to really stop it.
I don't give a fuck.
I don't care if someone hurts you. I'll openly allow a platform for people to do shit to you, and it's not my fault that I do it.
Okay. When I say I don't care, my weakness, I don't care enough to actually go and say, hey, you know what? Yeah, James, people treat people bad and me. I don't go and join them. That's stupid.
What you're saying?
Violence against you.
What you're saying is that he's doing what you would do if you had the balls, and that's why you don't want to stop it.
I don't want violence against anyone.
I don't want violence against anyone. I just openly give people reasons to commit violence against you and openly point to your address and your name so they will find you and attack you.
Okay, so what are you doing violence against mine?
No, I'm just trying to say that what you say one thing, but then your actions mean something completely fucking different.
Then stop doing them.
Because you'll say you don't want violence, but then you'll openly say things about people that will motivate others to find them and do shit to them.
That's not what I did.
I'm sorry, but reliving this has gotten me kind of antagonized again, so I'm just going to cut that here because I don't feel like throwing my computer in a bit of frustration. Excuse me. You know exactly what you're doing, you fucking asshole. Pull the microphone a little bit closer. When you openly say things that you know are going to elicit a negative or potentially violent response, and you start linking people's addresses and places that you perceive that they work, as a way to try to extort them into removing content about you. That's the exact definition of an intimidation tactic. That's the exact definition of a fucking threat. When you do things that you intend to menace people with, so they capitulate to whatever bullshit demand you happen to hurl at them. No one has any patience for your level of dumb autistic faggotry because it's basically just you saying, I'm allowed to do whatever horrible thing I want to do, but you call me an asshole for it, I'm gonna cry. And then when people, of course, call you an asshole, you follow through on your word and throw a fucking tantrum. Where you more or less try to say that they're assholes for responding in a situation that most people would respond to in the exact same manner. When people see that one of your little pets is going out of their way to simp for you and harass people, and basically doing it in your name because they look up to you like you're some sort of figure to model after, which you're not, you're a fucking genetic defect that didn't die like it was supposed to. They decide to do a whole bunch of really abhorrent shit in your name, and you have no real complaint with their behavior because in your mind, if they behave that way, you think you're winning. You seemingly think that one retarded pedophile from England is the same thing as having like a truck full of groupies that kneel on their knees and do whatever you tell them. It's not the same. Especially when this person only decides to follow you because it frustrates and antagonizes the person they don't like. Not to mention the fact that you knew exactly what you were doing. You know that the type of shit you say about people are known to elicit potentially violent or like potentially drastic responses, which could result in violence. You're more than willing to allow violence against someone if you feel like violence against them would benefit you in the long run. Let's face it, If someone broke into my house and busted a cap in my ass, you would have no problem at all, because in your mind, when I think being a conservative, there's my feeling. Like, you wouldn't care whether or not members of my family were hurt. You wouldn't care whether or not other people I know were hurt. You wouldn't care whether or not there'd be some sort of horrible murder that would follow it if someone I know happened to try to get in the way of between me and whoever was attacking me. Let's face it, you have no issue whatsoever with causing people pain or potentially causing them harm. The only reason you don't send people after someone is because you know that if you did, you'd be linked directly to it. That's why you try to do it in like incredibly vague ways where you more or less point in the general direction, but you don't say it directly because you know people are monitoring you to some level. I guarantee you're on at least a couple different government watch lists.
Mental hibernation. Oh, Christ. Dedicated to all those people.
fights against conservative inflicted injustice, and to those who stand up for what they believe in for the sake of humanity and future generations. For the real heroes who protect our communities from conservatives like Gage and others who kill our democracy, steal our human rights, and destroy our civil liberties and freedoms. A shout out to all of the SJWs and the liberal left who Gage continues to hate even after being exposed. Keep fighting the good fight. We love you forever, and thank you for your service. So you're saying it's a public service to whine and complain because someone calls you the wrong gender because they can't tell what gender you are because you don't dress in a way that would indicate you're male or female? And don't say that androgyny is an excuse, because most of the time it isn't. Chapter 1, Cass Warfox. Oh, look out, Cass, he's mentioning you now. Cass Warfox is a member of the authoritarian cult known as the GC2, which is, of course, run by its cult leader, Gage. Cass is a stalker who lies, steals, and deceives and slanders others. It's not really stealing things if you post it and people use it for the sole purpose of commentary and critique. Just like how me reading this is for commentary and critique. And it's not slander if it's true. Deceives and lies are the same thing. I don't get why you need to use them in the same context if the words have the exact same definition. Deceit and lie are the same thing. You idiot. I will never understand why you feel the need to talk shit about my ability to comprehend what I read, but you use the same you use words that have the exact same definition. For whatever reason, you need to use synonyms instead of just staying on fucking point. Alright, sorry about that, let's keep going. It is despicable how Cass treats people of color and those who are not conservative like he is. He thinks he is doing a service for his creator and makes up excuses to do evil against humanity. Cass Warfox, conservative YouTuber, is a very violent, arrogant person who does not listen to reason or wisdom. He is stuck in his ways and is proud to start trouble in other people's lives. He blames things on other people that he's done, and he constantly destroys the character of innocent people, all under the authority of Gage. See, that's another thing you don't want to fucking do. You don't want to just make a whole bunch of really thinly veiled racism accusations and then act like the racism accusation is somehow valid. Because you get butthurt and offended when someone says things about you that you don't like. Here's the problem, like, you're trying to portray everyone that doesn't agree with you as some sort of racist, neo-Nazi, white nationalist, white supremacist, someone that hates every other race except for their own. But you don't really approve anything except you make a series of statements that are supposed to be declarative statements that more or less reinforce and prove themselves, which of course does not mean shit. If the only person that believes them is your delusional ass. Keep in mind, this person right here, this one right here, sitting in this heap of fucking garbage, is going to sit there and tell the people how to live their fucking lives and what they should believe. Right here. This fucking piece of shit living in a stolen lawn chair in a room surrounded by fucking trash is somehow supposed to tell us that they are totally not homeless and this is totally not a shelter, when it legitimately looks like a fucking trash heap managed to spawn a couple pieces of furniture. Maybe if you'd stop spending money on your computer and shit like that, you could actually buy some fucking trash cans and trash bags to take care of that fucking garbage that's all over your fucking room. Maybe Jordan Peterson was right. Clean your fucking room. Now here's a real thought, you insane little fuck. How about instead of tweeting at nothing for hours and hours and hours like you do on your Twitter, waiting for a response that you're never gonna get? How about instead of going on your Facebook and screaming about people you don't like, and then demanding that people join your made-up country because it's made up, and no one ever asks you about it, and no one ever demonstrates any real interest unless it's people trying to fucking troll you. Do something meaningful with your time. Stop trying to ruin other people's lives just because you don't have one of your own. Stop trying to walk up to people and trying to fucking axe cut their shit down, because it doesn't work. And the reason it doesn't work is because you're genuinely too fucking stupid to do anything intelligent. You spend the entirety of your fucking day and life screaming about people who don't even acknowledge your fucking existence for the most part, who look at you and say that you're a fucking idiot and you're too beneath their intellect to even acknowledge as a living thing on this planet. And yet for some reason you see people saying that to you and your first thought is, no, they're wrong. They're wrong. I'm smart. I'm smart. They're wrong. They're wrong. They're wrong. They have to be wrong because I'm the only one that can be right. and then you just break down crying eventually because you realize that no one looks at you and takes you seriously. No one sees you as a character of sympathy. They do not see you as someone who's struggling to get by and therefore deserves pity or empathy. They see you as someone who exists to simply try to leech off of others until they feel like those people are no longer necessary, in which case you would demonize them, vilify them, or kick them to the curb. I mean, if you actually had an income, if you actually had any type of legitimate relationship with anyone, it would be a relationship done, not out of mutual love and care for each other. It would be because this person would more or less be considered a must for you to just sustain existing. You can't even live happily at all without needing to constantly piggyback your reasons to live on someone else. You legitimately attach all the horrible shit in the world that goes on and happens to you, and you try to tag it on to other people, when the reality is almost every negative thing you've ever experienced has been a direct result of your own shit behavior. But you will never listen to that. You will never take anything like that serious, because you're constantly telling yourself that everything you do is in the right, regardless of whether or not it's detrimental to someone else's privacy, safety, or possibly their well-being. I mean, you've already admitted earlier that you want to make someone else's life hell. You admitted earlier that you have no issue whatsoever with people posting someone's personal information with the intention of getting them harassed or threatened, because, well, even if I openly do this in a way that looks just like people say it looks, it somehow doesn't look that way to me. Yeah, that totally doesn't say, I know what I'm doing, I'm aware of what I'm doing, and I simply don't care because it's doing it to someone I don't like. And that's exactly what it is. It's because you're doing it to someone that you dislike that you justify it to yourself over and over again, to the point to where the only person that thinks it's justified is you. There are a lot of people that don't like me, and I get it, I understand it. There are some people that rub the wrong way, and then there are some people that are just genuinely rotten human beings that they don't like me because I'm not going to sit there and tolerate bullshit and be told that their bullshit is somehow justified because it's in the name of defending their bullshit nonsense behavior. I mean, here's the thing. You tolerate people being incredibly fucked up and vindictive to people that you don't like because in your mind you can justify it by saying that you're not the one doing it, even though you openly allow avenues for it, and you don't really do anything to really prevent it or stop it. And yet for some reason you have the audacity and the gall to demand that other people tell their subs, or their acquaintances, or even their friends, not to speak of you, because you get overtly offended about it. But the only reason you get offended about it is because of the fact that people hold you accountable. If it was simply just someone saying, I just personally don't like this guy because of his behavior, and like just listed a few things off that you've done, you would immediately see that as license to go and harass someone, to try to track someone down, try to find their information, just so you could then post the information everywhere to try to threaten them. And then when that doesn't pan out the way you hope, your first thought is immediately to go into a fit where you scream and cry and demand that people give you sympathy and pander to you and baby you and tell you that everything you do is perfectly okay, when it's not. It's one thing to simply say, I dislike you because I find your behavior to be rude and harsh, and I'm not really in favor of how you treat people. That right there is perfectly justified in and of itself. That right there is not really negative or really harmful. But when you openly go out of your way to try to vilify people to the point to where you will actively try to damage their reputation in ways that could get them fired from their job or could get them assaulted in real life, that is where it crosses the line from just being a mild irritation to being a legitimate stalker who demonstrates actual malicious intent. You can stop with this holier than thou, I would never do this, I would never advocate for this, I would never suggest this, because you are. You are the exact kind of person that would advocate and suggest this kind of fucking behavior and even openly condone it. Even if it means you have to sit there and just pretend that you don't know what you say when you say things in a very specific manner. where you're more or less paraphrasing that you would like someone to be assaulted just so you can sit there and justify it to yourself when push comes to shove. At the end of the day, you are always going to die alone. You are going to be the person who will be incapable of maintaining relationships or friendships because no one at all wants to be around you, because you make every negative thing that you do to other people their fault, because you sit there and try to justify it to yourself by screaming like a fucking retard about everything. And people like you, if you have relationships, usually end up being the type to psychologically abuse their partner by telling their partner that anything that they do to them that's negative or hurtful in any way is automatically that person's fault, instead of it simply being you needing to be a better person and try to become a better person because you realize that's not who you should be or want to be. But the problem is when someone like you is confronted with that reality, your first thought immediately goes to, how can I vilify you? How can I demonize you? How can I make you the source of my problems? And that's the reason people like you don't get anywhere. Because you spend your entire life blaming others for your actions. Here's the thing. Everything that I've done in my life that has got me in deep shit without being provoked in any way was my fault. And I'm willing to take that on the chin and say those things are in fact my fault when I act shitty with no provocation. However, that does not mean I am to be vilified, hated, and demonized by some crazy pedophile spaz who seems to spend the majority of their time on Twitter begging for people to acknowledge them, just to swiftly die off when they realize that people don't give two fucks about them. Your existence is a sad joke, and the only person that doesn't seem to realize is you. And that's why I'm just gonna walk away and leave you to your fucking insanity. Because realistically, the best way to hurt you is just to let you hurt yourself. The best way to really impact you negatively is not to scream or get pissed off with you, because I realize that it just feeds into your whole victim narrative. The best way to really spite you and harm you is to do essentially nothing and let you run your tires in the mud and let you just run yourself ragged until you're on the brink of a psychological collapse, because you realize that the only person that believes your shit is you, and everyone else is just walking away around you. It's like you're in that busy crosswalk in the center of Tokyo. You're the only motherfucker in the middle of the street and everyone's just going around you. They're basically moving the current of the crowd away from you, and they're just completely passing you by without acknowledging you even slightly. That's the best way to do it, is just to live life and not even acknowledge you, because what's going to happen is you're going to realize that all the people you hate have something you don't. You're going to basically self-destruct when you realize that everything you've been trying to go for has fallen apart because it's always been you pursuing a victim narrative that only you care for. And at the end of the day, it's just going to unfold in such a way that you can only blame others if others actively involve themselves, instead of just simply saying, fuck you, I choose not to be involved, and walk away. And at this point, I am choosing to walk away. I mean, here's the thing, I haven't paid attention to you since that little run-in with Prophet I had with you. This is more or less me giving you the finger as I turn and walk into the crowd and just ignore your sorry ass, because as funny as it was to poke fun at your idiocy and watch you make a lunatic of yourself, the moment you start stalking people and trying to reinforce ideas that they should be harassed in real life or threatened in any way, even if it's not by you directly, is the moment where I just say, this is beneath me, this is below my intellect, and I refuse to let it fucking consume my life like it's been doing to you. Like, I'm not gonna spend every waking moment of my life allowing someone that tries to insert themselves into it to try to do something that would more or less allow them to vicariously run it through antagonism and agitation of myself. If you want to lose sleep over me simply ignoring you, that's your business. If you want to run yourself into the wall repeatedly trying to convince yourself that everyone else's life is shit compared to your own, that's entirely up to you. You do that if you want. You do you. But it is not my fault you lose sleep over what I do. It is not my fault that you get fucking paranoid and have episodes every time you pass by someone who looks at you funny. That is entirely on you for being completely out of your fucking mind and trying to convince other people that they're the ones that are nuts. But I'm done. I'm done. I'm gonna walk the fuck away from you because I realize that there's no point in engaging with you. Because realistically, the novelty has worn off. It would be funny in brief instances, but it's not nearly as funny as it would have been had it been actually entertaining. And I personally just don't feel like you deserve someone else's time or energy if you've more or less devoted yourself into trying to be a drain on it, just so you can sit there and saying that you being a drain on it is somehow punishment for them disagreeing with you. If you want to be a spaz and lose sleep over what I do or what I think or what I say when it has nothing at all to do with you, that's entirely on you. And I'm not going to be made to feel like the asshole or the villain of the fucking story just because you personally decide that that your problems that you cause yourself in real life outside of the internet are miraculously the fault of other people who have nothing to do with you outside of that. In conclusion, get fucked, leave me alone. I don't give two shits about your petty little bullshit. If you want to call me an asshole on the internet, very well, call me an asshole on the internet. I couldn't care less. But at least be honest with what you say. Don't make up bullshit, don't twist what people say, and don't try to make yourself the victim of every story that you knowingly start. If you have a problem with me, you can either jump off a high rise or talk to a counselor about your butthurt and tell the internet where it bad touched you. I'm just walking away from this. Get fucked. Go away.
What's up, JB Navy? And today is going to be my first story time. My story time is about how I became alright, because I don't really know how you guys are going to take this, but a stripper. Hey.
I'm sorry if I seem uninterested, or I'm not listening, or I'm indifferent. Truly, I ain't got no business here, but since my friends are here, I just came to kick it, but really I would rather be.
So let's start off with this. This video is for people who are 18 and older, for a mature audience. So if you are not 18, I'm gonna give you a little bit of time to exit this video. Story time today with Jasmine Black. Okay, JB Navy, listen. When I was 18, I had got my first apartment. Me and my mom had gotten to this really, really big fight, and I basically was like, I'm leaving. I have to get my own place. I can't do this. I've always been a very independent, go-getter type of girl anyway. So I moved out and I got my first apartment, and I was working at Little Caesars, and it was inside of Kmart, and I was living in Fort Wayne, Indiana at that time. And I decided that I wanted to be grown. I decided that I wanted to live on my own and pay my own bills and do my own thing. Well, one day my little cousin came into Little Caesars, and I put a whole bunch of free toppings on top of her pizza. Like, I'm talking about, our toppings was 99 cents a piece, so I gave her about a good $10 free worth of toppings. And there was a camera over top of my workstation, and my boss saw it, and he called me in the office, and he fired me for pizza toppings. Yeah. So he fired me, and I had just got this brand new apartment. I only paid 1 month of rent. Like, you forget all about the other 12 months that you gotta pay. So when I got home, I was like, dang, like, I got 3 weeks to pay my rent. What am I gonna do? How am I gonna survive this? So one of my girlfriends, she was a Mexican girl, very beautiful girl. And she was a really, really good friend of mine. I used to hang out with this girl every single day. And she was like, how about you come down to my job and audition? I said, your job? When did you get a job? Because I didn't know she had a job. She's like, yeah, come down and audition. I was like, audition? What kind of job is this? You mean interview? She's like, nah, come audition. I was like, okay. Come to find out, it was a strip club. And I was like, girl, you've been dancing this whole time and I didn't know. I did not know she was a dancer. So I went down and I auditioned, and I got hired. And I have never left. I have not left since then. That was 2008. And y'all have to remember, around that time, it was not the best idea to tell everybody you was a dancer. Around that time, it wasn't really popular. Actually, people slut shamed us for being dancers. And I got that word from Amber Rose, slut shaming. Look it up. So they slut shamed us for being dancers. Well, I'm going to tell you. Slut shaming is when you are putting down another woman for being who she is and doing things that she likes to do, or doing things that you consider slutty, like dancing, wearing inappropriate, well, what society would consider inappropriate clothing, things like that. So they used to, you know, talk crazy about us for being dancers. So you didn't tell everybody. So I think that's kind of why my friend didn't tell me that she was a dancer. So I auditioned, I got hired, and that's when the chaos erupted, like full-blown chaos. You know, I knew that when people found out, I was going to have a little bit of issues, but I didn't know it was going to go the way that it went. I had friends come in there. I had guy friends come in there. And now I honestly understand Players Club and what Diamond went through. When the guy was like, yeah, Diamond, I see you in here trying to pay for that school, girl. Heard you work down at that little club down there. Like, I really understand that, because that's exactly what similarly happened to me. Like, my guy friends would come down there and touch me inappropriately, say inappropriate things to me that I've never heard them say before. You know, people were saying very mean things about me around the city, calling me a whore, calling me nasty. I went through a lot of internet bullying. I went through a lot of personal bullying. People used to come in the club and make me feel so uncomfortable at work, to the point it was sometimes hard for me to make money because I couldn't really ignore them. Let me tell y'all how my father found out I was dancing. And this had to be like the epic point. Like, where I was like, I can't dance in this city no more. I gotta go. This was my boiling point. I couldn't do it no more. One day, my aunt comes in and she's drunk. And I'm like, what are you doing here? And she's like, I'm just having a good time. What are you doing here? And I'm like, I'm working. Please don't tell anybody, nobody, that you saw me here. She's like, okay, I won't. Literally 5 minutes later, my dad and half of my family, my uncles, all men, walk in. I did not know they walked in though. Like, the club is built in a circle. I'm walking around this side, my father is walking around this side, and like a movie, I bumped into his chest and I looked up and I was like, oh shit. He was like, what the f are you doing here? Go get your clothes, go get your shit. What the f are you doing here? And I can hear him as I'm like running away from him. I can hear everything. What the f? I hear all of that as I'm running away from him. So I run into the locker room. Like, my dad is trying to kill me. Like, I didn't say that, but that's how I ran into the dressing room. I ran to the dressing room and I found the nearest person that I could find, and that was the house mom. Term house mom is the woman who keeps the locker room in check. She gives us our baby wipes, our hygiene products, lotion, oil, hair, brushes, flat iron, whatever you need. Most likely the house mom has it. Good house moms have it. And they make sure there's no fights or arguing or anything like that. They basically just keep the locker room intact. So I run into her and she's like, what's wrong? I'm like, my dad is here. And she's like, well, what is he saying? What do you need us to do? Do you need us to put him out? And I'm like, no, don't put him out. Well, yeah, put him out. Like, how do I go about this? She was like, are you 18? I said, yeah. She's like, do you live on your own? Do you pay your own bills? I said, yeah. She was like, well, there's nothing he can do. There's nothing he can do, and we can put him out right now. And I was kind of like, nah, I'll just leave. He can stay, I'll leave. But I think they put him out. I don't really remember. I think they put him out because of like all the yelling and screaming he was doing. I think they put him out. But in the midst of that, after I got done talking to her, I ran to the phone because I knew he was going to call my mom when he got in the car. And I hadn't talked to my mom really like that since our fight and me moving out. So I called her and I was like, Mom, I gotta tell you, listen, before dad can get to you, let me tell you, I have been dancing, I have been stripping. That's how I've been able to afford to live on my own. I was just going a mile a minute. She was like, wait, slow down. You're stripping, your dad is, what is going on? What are you talking about? I was like, Mom, I've been dancing. That's what I've been doing, and dad just busted me. So if he calls you, this is why. I just want to tell you before he tells you. She was like, okay, you know what? We're going to talk about this tomorrow. Let me call your dad and calm him down. I said, okay. Hung up the phone. I talked to my mom. She didn't really approve of it at first, but I think in her heart, she felt like, you know, I think I raised you to be a pretty decent person. So I think that you're going to handle this, but be careful. Like, that was her thing. Like, just be a lady and be careful. And that's exactly what I did. I kind of built like a mini career off of dancing. I've done modeling, I've done a couple magazine spreads, you know, I've met some of everybody. I don't think there's anybody that you can name that I probably have not met. It's a fun environment because I get to be around people that most people have to pay tickets to be around. They pay me to be around them. You know what I mean? So that was a little bit of a fun part. And that's what we're going to get into now, is the pros of dancing. The pros and cons. So the pros of dancing is, of course, the money. One of the top pros is the money. Another pro is, yeah, you're allowed to be around really, really dope people, some of everybody. Like I said, you're around people that people don't get to be around on a daily basis, and sometimes we're around them on a nightly basis. You know what I'm saying? We're around them all the time. And sometimes you even build friendships and relationships with them. Like, you know what I'm saying? This can go pretty far. Another pro is that you don't have a schedule. You can do what you want. You can do as you please. No one's there to tell you what to do. Well, we do have rules. Through the years, the rules have changed a lot. They have changed a lot. So there are some places that do some mini scheduling, like make you do one slow day, which would be like a Monday or a Tuesday. You know, you have some minor rules compared to a corporate job or a regular job. Another pro is you get to dress up, you get to be pretty. I can honestly say that dancing has molded me into the person that I am today. I did not know a lot about hair. I didn't really get into makeup. I wasn't really a trendy person until I started dancing and being in an environment that adapted those things. Like, one of the clubs I worked at was Onyx in Philadelphia, and that was the first club to really introduce me into getting my makeup done on a constant basis. We had MAC makeup artists that we had to go to every single night, and we had to pay them to do our makeup. We had to look our absolute best. And then my first club in Philly, which was, I don't know if anybody's familiar with this, but it was called Set It Off. And I had a boss named Marv, and he was so strict, but I really get it. Like, he was like, y'all gotta have y'all nails done. Y'all gotta have y'all matching bra and panties set. Literally used to check our bra and panties every night and our nails to make sure we didn't have no broken nails, or else he charged us a $20 fee every single night. And even though it was irritating then, it has become a part of, like, it becomes a part of who you are now. Like, now you adapt these fundamental things that he taught us. You know, matching nails, no broken nails, match your bra and panty set, and your makeup on. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it does teach you some things, especially for girls who probably don't have that in their lives, like someone who can guide them how to be a lady. It does teaches you some of that, especially even hygiene. It teaches you to keep your hygiene up good. So those are some pros of dancing. The cons are that it is a dangerous environment. Girls have been killed. Girls have died from overdoses, drugs. Girls have been raped. Girls have been robbed. Girls have been humiliated on the internet. Girls have been bullied. Girls are in fights. It can be a very nasty environment. If you do not tame yourself, defend yourself, and stick to yourself, it can be a very nasty environment. And I've learned this over my, I would say, 9 years of dancing. From 18 to, I'm 25 now. So about 9 years of dancing, I've learned this. Another con can be mental. This can have a mental strain on you. Okay, I'm about to get personal. One thing that bothers me now is I'm not very sexually intense. Like, okay, if my man wants to get it on, I'm not always in the mood because I'm always in this sexual environment. So sometimes when he comes on to me, it puts my mind back into work. Like, all the guys are like that. So sometimes it can be a turn off. Another turn off that I have is this. When somebody like tries to do this to my nipples, I will kill you. I will literally kill you if you take your fingers and do this to my nipples. I hate that. I absolutely hate that. And that probably used to be a turn on, you know, before, you know, dancing for this amount of time, but now it's just aggravating. Like, my man can't even do that because I get so aggravated. Those are some too personal things on my behalf, and there's more. Some girls go through more trauma and mental things than that. You know, another kind is the environment. The environment is a miserable, negative, nasty environment. It's very seldom that you will come across a club with happy, beautiful, and girls that are just getting money together and excited and not fighting and not being catty. I don't think that exists at all. Can y'all comment below a club where that exists? My dancer associates or whoever out there that may know a little bit about the stripper community. If you know some very positive clubs with some good communities and they get money, comment below. I have some bad kids running in my hallway right now. But yeah, it can be a nasty environment. It's like high school. Literally, it's like high school. It's like a girls' high. It's lockers. It's a locker room. You can order food. You can order drinks. And there's cliques. There's girls who click up. You got the mean girls. You got the okay girls. You got the girls that make all the money. You got girls that make no money. You know what I'm saying? You always have this. Me, I'm more of a loner. But the popular girls always seem to adapt to me and talk to me and like kind of, you know, try to befriend me and make me a part of their crew. But I'm nothing like them. My personality wise, I'm nothing like them. You know what I'm saying? I can't hang around that type of energy. I don't like to put people down. I don't like to talk about people. I'm not a bully. You know, I went through bullying in high school, and that's not fun. I promise I would never put nobody through what I went through in high school and middle school. So, you know, it's a lot of cons and it's a lot of pros, but I thank God for the experience. I have been able to be my own boss. I have taken my money and invested into now my online store. I'm doing YouTube, and I've invested into other projects too. I had other businesses before this. And also, I never always depended on dancing. I always had other jobs. Like, I just started only dancing now because I have my online store and I do YouTube now. But before, I was a home health aide. I've worked at retail jobs. I've always I went to school. I've always done a job or did something else and not just fully relied on dancing. Please, if anybody takes anything from this video and you do decide that you want to be a dancer, my best advice to you would be, don't get caught up. Do not get caught up. Don't get caught up in the drugs. Don't get caught up in the money. And what I mean by don't get caught up in the money, don't get so indulged in the money to where you start accepting money for everything. You start taking money for sex. You start taking money to do odd things that is out of your comfort zone. Please, that's what I mean by that. Also, don't let this environment change you. If you are a good girl and you are a sweet girl, stay that way. Don't come into this environment and then become this big mean girl and this big nasty girl and this big overly big-headed, too confident of a person. It's okay to be confident. It's okay to be a bad bitch. But let me tell you, when you start treating others as if you're better than them or as if they're beneath you, that's when you have to cross the line. See, I carry myself like a bad bitch. I carry myself like a good person, but I would never treat somebody like they're beneath me. The way I treat myself is because I love myself and I know my self-worth. Not because other people are not like me and I'm on top and they're down here. That's not why. I carry myself high because I love myself and I believe in myself and I know my potential. Another thing, do not allow this world to affect your real world, your relationship with your kids, your relationship with your family, your relationship with your spouse. Leave work at work, and when you get home, put a smile on your face and let that environment stay where it's at. When you're home, you're home. And that's what I do. And how I do that, I read, I meditate, and I always say to myself that this is work. That's it. I do not carry it in my real life. And like, that's why I had to kind of like stop talking to, you know, like celebrity guys and things like that, because that lifestyle is so fake and so phony. It's just ridiculous. Like, I feel like in the strip world, every girl is waiting on a guy to come save them. Like, they're looking, like they think that there's these guys out there that's just going to bring them $1 million and say, baby, you coming with me. Now, although that does happen sometimes, like girls do get picked up, but don't make that like your life thing. Don't make that like everybody's just sitting in line like, oh, waiting on my guy, I'm next. Like, no, don't do that. Like, live real life. Date regular guys. Talk to regular guys. Like, have a real life. Stop depending on this imaginary life, because you know what's going to happen. You're going to wait from age 18 all the way to 30 waiting for this man in a cape to come save you with $1 million that's going to buy you all the Louis Vuittons you want, and it's not going to happen. And then at 30 you're going to be looking for the things you should have already been doing at 20. Like, go on regular dates, live regular life. Don't forget to be normal. That is what it all boils down to. Do not forget that you're a normal human being. Don't forget to be normal. And that's, I guess that's what, like, anything entertainment wise, even if you like some Instagram model, or even if you're some rapper, or even if you're a real model, like, don't forget to be normal, because at the end of the day, we are all one and we are all the same. We are all the same. We're all humans. We're all here for a purpose, and we need to serve our purpose, and we need to stop getting distracted by the fantasy world, which is the popping bottles and the throwing money, and it's fake. It's fake. That was my story on the adult entertainment business. If there's anything that I left out, or if you want me to do a part 2 of this video, comment below. Do not forget to give me a thumbs up and become a part of the JB Navy if you're not already, because I have plenty of story times for you. Until next time, you guys, I'm out. One of my dad's shoes. Tell me if you can walk in these, okay? You spend, how many hours we be in there? Like 6 hours in these. And you gonna tell me how you feel. Tell me how you feel later. Are you willing to wear this? Just this. Because if not, this might not be for you.
That is the end of the show. We hope you join us next time for more exposure, more stupidity, and more thought-provoking topics. Only on the Enchine Show, where your mental fitness is our business. Peace be with you always.